Okay, good afternoon, members. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill number 39, Zero Emission Vehicles Amendment Act 2023 to order. We are on Clause 1. Shall Clause 1 pass?
Aye.
Shall Clauses 2 through 4 pass?
Aye.
Shall Clause 5 pass? On Clause 5, member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you. A really simple question actually is just the specific motor vehicle has been changed to a gross vehicle weight of 3856 kilograms or less. Just why?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome to the Chair. So this is about dealing with Class 2A and Class 2B vehicles. It's a change that's needed to increase the vehicles regulated under the Act to include vehicles with a gross vehicle weight rating of 3,856 kilograms to 4,536 kilograms. So vehicles with a gross vehicle rating in that weight range are also called Class 2B vehicles. They're light to medium duty vehicles, but there are, for example, some trim levels of the Ford F-150 that fall into the Class 2A category below 3856 kilos, while some trim levels of the F-150 fall into the Class 2B category, which is like the new F-150 all-electric Lightning. So what this is doing is capturing 2B class vehicles to regulate a class of trucks and SUVs that are predominantly, about 60%, used as passenger vehicles in BC. It's going to enable suppliers to claim credits for their Class 2B ZEVs, like I just described, the heavier trim levels of the Ford F-150 Lightning. And even though the amendments that capture the 2B vehicles, they primarily take place in the ZEV regulation, the definition is needed in this section of the Act to change the ZEV targets, the ZEV reporting, and the ZEV ban to include Class 2B vehicles.
Shall Clause 5 pass?
Aye.
Shall Clause 6 pass? On Clause 6, member.
Thank you so much, Chair. Could the minister just describe why the government's accelerating the ZEV targets as located in Clause 6?
Just to the members, Clauses 1 through 5 have passed and it is so ordered. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm going to answer this question. It's going to be very similar to a question that the questions that I answered yesterday. So I would propose to answer this once and then not again. But this, again, is about setting ZEV mandates to send signals to automakers that British Columbia is moving towards zero-emission vehicles. And in response to that global trend that we are seeing, the auto industry as a whole across the globe moving towards zero-emission vehicles, the legislation ensures that we get a piece of that supply. So it ensures that British Columbians get better access and a choice of models at a variety of prices. We do have the highest ZEV adoption rates in the country right now, almost 22%. We're ahead of Canada's 2026 target. As I explained yesterday, we're 4 years ahead of our existing targets now. The demand is high here in BC, and that is in part for the emissions benefits. It's in part for affordability benefits over the lifetime of owning the vehicle and the operating and maintenance expenses, as I explained yesterday. And these amendments align with Canada's end goal of reaching 100% ZEVs by 2035. So the amendment to 26% ZEV sales by 2026 recognizes that sales in BC are already ahead of Canada's target, ahead of our own. Setting the 2026 target at 26% ensures that automakers continue to supply the increasing amount of ZEVs to BC at affordable prices and meeting the consumer demand that we see here. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister. And I will try not to be too repetitive. I'm not going to canvass all the way through those questions all the way again. But I will just ask the question, why wouldn't we continue to use carrots rather than sticks? As the Minister aptly pointed out, as we were canvassing questions in Clause 1, the whole ratio aspect will be changed based on the percentages. So they won't have as much time with the market choosing to make those positive choices for our environment. They won't have as much time to earn enough credits to continue on that transition. And I'd love to see us continue to use aspects of incentives or the rebate program that we've seen is very successful to look at things like the infrastructure and really focus on making sure that we have an electric grid that has enough supply and the infrastructure with enough chargers so that people have that confidence in making that purchase to a ZEV and really allowing the market to catch up. I really feel like we're on a little bit of a fast track to nowhere for affordability and the accessibility that we need in order to continue to move into zero-emission vehicles. And I fear that by forcing automakers' hands, we're risking the extinction of affordable vehicles. As I was canvassing in the ratio, my fear is that automakers, because the lower priced vehicles are not as profitable, they rely on volume in order to make the necessary profits for those. So even in ICE vehicles, I'm fearful that we see automakers choosing to restrict the supply and only going to higher end vehicles, thus making life continually less affordable for British Columbians. And we've heard this warning already. Dave Adams, who is the head of the Automakers of Canada, he warns us about this. And warns us to bid farewell to the budget-friendly compact car. I'll read a quote from him. These mandates mean that they can sell fewer and fewer ICE vehicles, so they're going to scrap the least profitable ones which tend to be the most affordable ones, end quote. And we've already seen the edging up of, as mandates have come in, and even as Canada has talked about mandates, we've seen the average price of these new vehicles actually edge upwards to an all-time high, up 18% year over year, according to Trader Corp's Auto Trader, which looks at thousands and thousands of listings. So, and numbers don't lie. When I was looking and researching this, not one country that's leading in ZEV adoption has a sales mandate for ZEV cars in place. Why do we need to be the first? These are the leaders. I canvass the ones that are doing the best job in adoption. And, I look at our automakers and they've already slashed their emissions by 29%. That should be lauded. in terms of ICE vehicles. And we should see the manufacturing of these vehicles as important as the running of these vehicles. And if we look at what the automakers have already been able to achieve in terms of lowering those emissions, I don't understand why we would want to impose stricter British Columbian only mandates. I think it's overkill, and I think it threatens to actually limit our options and raise prices because we simply don't have the supply chain yet. And I say yet because I think that we're all on the same page in the hope that we one day will have those supply chains. So, in terms of the spiraling battery costs, we face inflation. Consumers are just getting hit from all sides. So in a time where we're in a technical recession, I think we need to just hit pause on this and say, why wouldn't we just align with the federal guidelines? And to that effect, I'm actually going to propose to the minister an amendment to the bill. And can I just read out the amendment?
Shall move the amendment? Member, if you'll move the amendment.
Okay. I would like to move that clause 6, that we delete the text known as, that is struck out, and add the underlined text as shown. That 6, section 7 is amended, A, by striking out new light-duty motor vehicles wherever it appears and substituting specified motor vehicles. B, in paragraph A, by striking out 2025 and substituting 2026, and by striking out 10% and substituting 20%. C, in paragraph B, by striking out 30% and substituting 60%. And D, in paragraph C, by striking out 2040 and substituting 2035. And I will just give these to the clerk here. Basically, it aligns with the federal guidelines. It keeps us in lockstep with a very large ZEV mandate program, which is a federal one, and allows all of the automakers to maintain pace as we were, and to really see this be as successful as we possibly can make it.
Okay, the committee will now take a recess while the amendment is reviewed and distributed. Thank you. Okay, I call this committee back to order. Members, we have an amendment to Clause 6. As stated, Clause 6, Section 7 is amended in B in paragraph A by striking out 2025 and substituting 2026, and by striking out 10% and substituting 20%. In C, in paragraph B, by striking out 30% and substituting 60%. On that amendment, recognizing the member from Kamloops, North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be fairly brief with my comments on the amendment. But really, I would echo what my colleague has said around better aligning with where we're seeing rules heading federally, because the reality is, although British Columbia is considered one of the larger provinces in Canada, in terms of what really will drive the sales, the Quebec, the Ontario market, and things of that nature, will drive a much larger portion of where we see the shift with manufacturing. By shifting from 26% to 20% in 2026, and by substituting 90% for 60%, what we're saying basically is that it gives that flexibility. If the market is willing to advance ahead of those, there's nothing in this amendment that would prevent that from happening. But it provides better flexibility for the market, depending what may be happening on supply chain issues with the overall economy. We're already seeing manufacturers rethinking some of their retooling and timelines across North America in regards to the electrical fleet, vehicle fleet changeover. So this would provide that little bit of extra flexibility that they would need to still achieve goals, but recognize that times can change quickly, that are outside of their control or any government, especially provincial government's control in terms of those market share. And so this is really what this amendment is meant to do, is not be punitive if those outside forces take effect while still making the shift over to the electric vehicle fleet within British Columbia, and recognizing that then ties it back into more of a national issue on what's going on with markets and purchasing power of the public, as well as supply issues. And so I don't see the harm in providing that flexibility. As I say, if automakers and retailers are able to exceed the thresholds and the numbers, as we've already seen on some years that they do, that's a good thing, and they're actually able to do that. But there's only so much market push that a government of the size of the province of British Columbia can truly enact. We are not California. The California emission standard came in, and that changed all of North America. But the California market is the size of all of Canada. In fact, it's larger than all of Canada. So that is a big difference between Canada or British Columbia trying to emulate California and the realities in the economies of the world, what the economic drivers California can bring to bear when they start to change laws and emission standards and things of that nature. So I think this just better reflects our actual size within that overall North American economy and market, and it better reflects the flexibility that automakers will need to make this adjustment over in conjunction with the public to better meet the demands given what might happen between now and 2026 and 2030 and 2035 with the overall economy.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. I wanted to take just a few minutes, first of all, to reflect on the conversation that's taken place here. Very much appreciate the dialogue and the discussion, and in particular my colleagues who have asked some incredibly important questions. And, you know, I think the targets that have been put in place have been described as ambitious, and what I want to make sure is they're also realistic. And if you look at the work that Canada has done, and, you know, one would assume that the province of British Columbia would want to find themselves in alignment with Canada. And what's really interesting when you look at the work that was done federally, and you read the materials that they provided, they made it very clear that the regulations that they put in place were followed extensive engagement with stakeholders, so that there was a phased-in approach that allows for, and I quote, a gradual and orderly transition to a 100% zero-emission future, as recommended by many stakeholders. So here we have a situation where British Columbia is out of step with what and the ministers described that as because we're ahead of the curve. There were some very significant issues raised by the federal government in response to stakeholder input. They made it clear that, automakers reflect and absolutely understand that the transition to electric vehicles is underway. They know that. And in fact, many of them have set their own ZEV targets. And that's an important thing to consider. And if you look at Statistics Canada, you can look at the percentage, and they've increased, but not dramatically. They are certainly moving in the right direction. So I think this is a reasonable amendment. It looks at, and if we exceed the target, so be it. But for government to arbitrarily choose the percentages that they put in legislation, 90%, I think all of us would recognize that would be fabulous if we were, when you think about the stretch targets that have been put in place. But there is a lot of work to do. And one of the critical factors that the Canadian government pointed out was the fact that there's still a lot of people who don't even know what a ZEV is. Now, we may be ahead of the curve in British Columbia, but in fact, the federal government and many organizations are putting in place initiatives to increase awareness, knowledge, and public confidence. And it was interesting because they have education and awareness projects. In fact, they had funding calls to put those particular programs in place. And one of the things that the Canadian government pointed out was the fact that we still have to increase the understanding, the certainty, and the trust that people actually have in these vehicles. That takes time. And so to make, to set a target of 90%, we understand that they are, the government wants to be ambitious, but even in the federal government's commentary, they say that it's going to require a concentrated effort, and this is with the targets they have in place, by governments working with industry, utilities, experts, non-governmental organizations, and individual Canadians. They listed a set of key priorities, for example. First of all, we have to make sure they're actually available. And many Canadians and businesses who actually want to buy one have to wait a long time or there is limited availability. So what we're suggesting is, why is a more reasonable target not something that the government would consider? They go on to list things like making vehicles, zero-emission vehicles, more affordable. And although they're projected to reach parity in the coming years, they have a much higher purchase price than ICE vehicles. So, and the list goes on, building, charging, and refueling stations. But here's one. Build public awareness and confidence. Many Canadians still do not know much about zero-emission vehicles and have limited exposure to them. Awareness, training, and education programs aimed at seeing and experiencing these technologies in action will help consumers discover the benefits of adopting these vehicles. And so I think my colleague has made what I consider to be a very reasonable and rational amendment. And I think if the targets were to be exceeded, then that is something we could certainly celebrate. But to arbitrarily set a 90% target, put it in legislation, from my perspective is a significant stretch. And I think that the minister should consider looking at a more reasonable target. So for those reasons and others, I support the amendment that my colleague has tabled.
Recognizing the member from Penticton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the amendment, first of all, thank you again, and to the minister, nice to see you again. Minister, just a few things. I think it is a reasonable amendment that we're looking at here. When you consider that, just three examples. First of all, early this morning, even though it was United States I was reading about, but the disposal of vehicles from the lots of the automobile dealers, and specific to electrical vehicles, is 90 plus days compared to anywhere between 25 and 50 days for gasoline vehicles. Things are slowing down, and we've heard from some of my peers about the opportunities that are being given to bring Canadians and bring British Columbians up to understanding these vehicles. Second of all, coming from a community living in Penticton, based in Penticton, but living in Troll Creek in Summerland, I know both of these municipalities that have their own electrical systems are in a scramble right now. I know for a fact that Penticton is proposing a substantial increase to their electrical utilities that are being passed along to all the consumers in Penticton, because when I left as a mayor of Penticton to come to the province, if I remember correctly, if 4 people in one city block, counting both sides, put in a 400 amp charger, if I remember correctly, it was 4, that it would literally take the power lines down for something like a 3-block radius. So, this is one of the issues that smaller communities are faced with. And I would really encourage the minister to take it back and to consider this, is that, and Minister, I'll be frank for a sec. The NDP and the party you represent have been trying to hit targets and haven't been successful. Why don't you take a target that Canada has and that we can work all together? We all want to see the climate become a #1 priority for most people in this province. We want to see this take place, but why not put a target in that is probably obtainable? And when we go along with the rest of Canada and work on the backs and work together with the rest of Canada to ensure that the acceptance of more and more of these vehicles are accepted amongst the people that are going to be purchasing them and that can afford to purchase them, why wouldn't we all work together to ensure that that transpires? Minister, I want to thank you for your time, and I think a real consideration needs to be made to this proposed amendment that brings us in line with the rest of the country and makes a success story for all of us in British Columbia. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Columbia River Revelstoke.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the Minister, I certainly appreciate the opportunity. And again, through you, Chair, to the Minister, I know she's rational and reasonable, so I'm sure that she'll embrace this amendment. And there's absolutely no doubt that British Columbians, Canadians, want clean air, clean places to live, and that I know that on our side of the House, we are completely in support of emission targets and achievements that demonstrate results. And it's all about results and the driving results, and results that are reasonable, results that are achievable. And I think the achievable piece of that is the most important. And as my other colleagues have already mentioned, Canada has set interim targets at least 20% in 2026 and 60% by 2020. And I guess where I struggle a little bit here is why are we kind of going off script and not following along with Canada and what the other provinces are doing? The minister, through you, Chair, said that we're ahead of the curve. I'd sure like to have the opportunity to see those metrics and where are we in front of that curve and what that actually means to British Columbians. And overly, I think they're ambitious goals. Ambition is good, but it's not always good to be first in the line in a race that is brand new. So that's a caution that I would certainly put forward. Supply and demand, where we've heard my other colleagues talk about, is that will there be enough ZEVs? I'm from the Kootenays. That's kind of a new thing. I just found out about it. What a ZEV really is. If you said ZEV where I come from, they're going to look at you like, what are you talking about? So is it realistic to have standards that are for everybody and not enough? And I know that Canada, in their reports, have talked about educating people before you jump in and all along that line. And what is reasonable for where the places that I live, just last Saturday, I was filling up my big truck, and a Zev came up beside me in a panic and was saying, "Where's the next charging station?" And I said, "Well, it's about 45 minutes down the road, and if you're in trouble, we'll just put your car in the back of my truck and I'll take you there." They made out okay, but at the end of it, we had another situation where the Kootenai National Park was closed during a massive winter storm that came on like that. Both sides were plugged up. The RCMP closed both sides. The only vehicles that were towed out of that park were Zevs. So, because there wasn't any charging stations or any ability for them to get out. So, I think if you look at these goals, we certainly are in line with what Canada thinks. And I just would caution the minister to rethink this and let's take a step backwards. And let's, I used to tell my staff when I worked in tourism, under promise and over deliver. And that's what I would say to the minister around this thing. So I think this is a reasonable amendment. I think it's well thought out. Congratulate my colleague on that. And I certainly would support it. And I know through you, Chair, to the minister, she will as well. Thank you.
Member from Kelowna Mission.
Thanks. I'm just going to conclude my colleagues' comments by just saying that mandates alone are not going to spark buyer interest on their own. And if we look to Norway as an excellent example of ZEV adoption, they don't have a mandate, but they do have robust incentives. They've got a solid charging network, and they also have electricity. And, again, not one country that's leading in ZEV adoption actually has a sales mandate that's already in place. So as we face inflation and spiraling battery costs, plus, additional costs within our economy, I think that the focus right now does not need to be on a sales mandate. I think the focus needs to be on our infrastructure, on our electricity supply, and making sure that British Columbians can feel secure in the purchase of a vehicle, which is oftentimes one of the most largest purchases that we make in our lifetime. And so I would just suggest that we accept the amendment and then we can proceed with further questions on it.
Minister.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank my colleague from across the way there for bringing forward the amendment and for everybody who's spoken in favor of it and addressing, what they feel is a more reasonable approach. And I do want to address some of the issues that were raised and offer a different perspective. So first of all, I just want to revisit the Canadian mandate that is before the Government of Canada has not been passed into law yet, and point out again that as a federation of provinces and territories, their mandate numbers are based on their expectations of what can be achieved within provinces. And because Quebec and British Columbia are leading provinces, the sales targets that we have proposed and that we have already demonstrated have formed part of that mandate that the federal government has proposed. So by walking back or weakening our mandates here in British Columbia, it would necessarily impact the federal mandates that have been proposed. So I appreciate too, I think actually we're much closer than we are apart in terms of the overall picture here, but it is really around the 2030 sales targets that we are proposing, around 90% that are the sticking issue. I also appreciate the member from Prince George Vailmont's comments about the extensive engagement that was undertaken for Canada's proposed sales mandates and the phased-in approach that's needed for a gradual change, because that's absolutely correct. And that is what has happened in British Columbia by bringing in the Act back in 2019. And I may note there was a healthy amount of skepticism back then, too, that this could be achieved. And yet we've seen the incredible response from British Columbians in making the switch. So the amendment as proposed would see us stay ahead of the 2025-2026 range. There's no change there, and lowers the 2030 target. The reason why we need an ambitious target for 2030 is to really drive the supply chain needs, to demonstrate, to send that strong market signal to the automaker industry. Even if British Columbia's market here is smaller, much smaller than California, it sends a strong signal that people want, we know people want to purchase zero-emission vehicles here, but it sends a strong signal that they're required to up their production and continue to bring the price down of cars. And we are in a transition time right now where, as has been mentioned by several members, we haven't achieved price parity yet with ICE vehicles, but we are moving that way. And of course, it's important to note that although the sales mandate means the availability of a brand new car that's available for sale, it in no way prevents people from driving internal combustion engine vehicles. And I propose that there will be used ICE vehicles well into the 2040 and beyond range as the entire stock of cars driven in the province makes a change. So I also just want to touch briefly on some of the comments around other jurisdictions. And it is true that Norway does not have a sales mandate. But what Norway does have is a tax rate on ICE vehicles of 40%. So that de facto makes it much more expensive to buy an ICE vehicle and is one of the drivers of change there. European jurisdictions much more stringently regulate emissions from vehicles and trucks, from cars and trucks, than we do here in British Columbia. So again, that makes it, that drives the market to provide zero-emission vehicles for people to purchase. California is a leading state, of course, in the US, but 15 states have ZEV sales mandates. And in fact, 2/3 of North American car sales are subject to a ZEV sales mandate. So British Columbia is a leader in Canada, although Quebec is hot on our heels, I would say, in terms of the adoption rate of zero-emission vehicles. But being a leader is not a bad thing in this sense. And I think it's something we can be proud of because we know it's an important component of reducing emissions, bringing emissions in the transportation sector down. And as I have stated yesterday several times too, the framework that is in the Act and the regulation really allows for adaptive management of this. So with annual compliance reviews, with the ZEV Advisory Council that we have, and with the periodic review of the legislative framework, just as has been done and is why these amendments are coming forward today, this is when changes can be made. So it is possible to make changes in the future, but based on the evidence-based policy work, the extensive analysis, the use of third-party forecasts, the modeling that's been done internally, and with the advice of the ZEV Advisory Council, we feel strongly that this is the appropriate approach to take and that we will be successful. So thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, on the amendment, shall the amendment pass?
Aye.
Okay, let's try that again. My apologies. Learning here. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
Nay.
Nay.
On the screen, Mr. Ashton, sorry, member
Aye.
from Penticton.
Nay.
What?
No, that would be an aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, will you repeat, please?
On the amendment, do you vote aye or nay?
Oh, I apologize. It's aye. My mistake. I'm voting aye.
Thank you. The amendment to Clause 6 is defeated. Shall Clause 6 pass? Oh, on Clause 6. Member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister for consideration. Disappointing result, but consideration nonetheless. I do want to just comment on what the Minister said about the U.S. I wasn't going to get into the U.S. a whole lot because then we'd have to dive deep into all of the different incentives and obviously their federal program that with zero emissions, et cetera. But if you look at the 12 states that the Minister brought up that have ZEV mandates in place, the average registrations in those states was 6%, but it was only 3% higher than an average average states without mandates, which again is why I was urging, why don't we use a carrot, not a stick? And so, I mean, it's noted that ZEV mandates are not a silver bullet to boosting sales. You really have to rely on people. So we'll go back to clause 6, and that is how was it determined that the ZEV targets would be changed to 26% by 2026 and then 90% by 2030 and 100% by 2035? Just because, the minister had stated that this would, quote, be the first in the world to put EV targets into law, end quote.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The sales targets proposed in these amendments were set based on three key things. First, third-party forecasts of vehicle availability. Second, the provincial and sectoral targets for emissions reductions that are modeled in Clean BC and informed the setting of the sales targets. And third, provincial purchasing trends that we are seeing. I think the member made an important point, which is that the ZEV Act itself and the sales targets are just one part of market transformation. They're one of the tools that are being used to achieve this. And vehicle rebates or incentives, the carrots, education that is ongoing, done by the province of British Columbia, and I will add, started back in 2018 before the first ZEV Act came in place to help pave the way for the change that was coming. And the charging infrastructure too, which really is helping to reduce some of the anxiety and obstacles that people feel they will face as they make the switch into electric vehicles. Just out of interest too, I mean, I'll comment on a couple of the surveys and the third-party work that's been done. You know, JD Powers undertook some research that showed strongly the interest in EVs here in British Columbia, and that 46% of British Columbians are interested in purchasing an electric vehicle within the next 3 years. BC Hydro recently released the results of their research showing that 3/4 of the people intending to purchase a vehicle within the next 3 years are looking at electric vehicles as well. So taken all together, these went into developing the sales mandate, the numbers that are proposed in the legislation. Thanks.
Member.
The minister talked about the provincial emissions targets and lowering those targets. By changing to 26% by 2026, how many annual new ZEV sales will that translate to in those next 3 years? And what is the government estimate on the lowering of emissions?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. So the members asked for a prediction or an estimate of how many cars will be sold in 2026 and if these sales mandates are put in place, and what government estimates the emissions savings or the lowering of emissions would be. And it is challenging to answer both of those questions with precision because of the way the modeling works, and because of the fact that we do not know precisely how many cars will be sold. We know how many cars have been sold in British Columbia in past years, and how many cars will be sold in future years is, the compliance ratio multiplied by the total number of cars being supplied in determines the number of ZEVs that need to be sold for automakers to be compliant with the legislation. So we can provide the member, not at this moment, but we can provide the member with in later this afternoon or soon with details around the past trends, and then what is likely to be seen in 2026 with respect to emissions. I can tell the member too that this is a bit of a challenge to directly estimate, in the sense that the ZEV mandates are one of several different climate policies that all interact with each other. For example, the low carbon fuel standard. And so those interactive effects make it difficult to pinpoint what exactly this mandate would do. However, we are estimating that by 2030, the reduction in this subsector would be half a megaton of emissions. And so some interpolation can take place, I think, for 2026. But I'm sorry that I can't give a more precise answer, but it does kind of speak to some of the challenges in the way these policies interact with each other, and predicting the future in terms of supply and sales that will happen, that we can estimate, and we do a good job of estimating as best we can, but can't be landing on a precise number. Thank you.
Member.
So by the minister's answer, I can assume that my next two questions might have similar answers, so I'll combine them just to make sure that they are all still the same. Assuming that we don't have the numbers of what 26% by 2026 would be, I would assume we don't really totally have the numbers for the 90% by 2030 or the 100% by 2035, other than the 0.5 megatons that the minister had suggested. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the member is right that it is as challenging to provide the numbers for the next target years, 2030 and 2035, but I'll come back to the 0.5 megatons of emissions. predicted for the 2030 year. And just note too that it's important to remember that this is a tip of the iceberg situation, because again, this is the purchase of new vehicles, and it's going to take quite some time for the entire passenger vehicle stock in British Columbia to turn over. So as we move into future years, approaching 2050, for example, that's when we're going to see the real emissions, deep emissions reductions, and again, why it's important to be doing this work now in the setup to future years and moving towards a net zero 2050 future that so many countries in the world are aiming towards. Thank you.
Member.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the answer. And I would echo that, the answers that I've received are very similar to what my estimates would have told. If we look at the 2024 to 26, we're looking at about 16,000 ZEVs. 26 to 30, 2026 to 2030, we're looking at about 40,000. From 2030 to 2035, we're looking at about 144,000. And, that totals at about 200,000 new vehicles, new ZEVs mandated through this exercise. And if I add that to the total number that are already on the streets and that are currently in circulation, we're looking at the reduction. I had 0.47, so 0.5 is almost exactly where I would have put the megaton of CO2 equivalency reduction at. And this, however, it only represents 5% of the total vehicles that are on the road, of that 3.7 million vehicles that are on the road. The minister earlier had confirmed that we were going to continue on the rebate program, and the rebate of $4,000 is for those 200,000 just to 2035 is $800 million. So British Columbian taxpayers through the rebate will be on the hook for $800 million to lower our emissions by 0.5, and if I use 0.5 instead of 0.47 or 0.476 that I had, we're looking at like 0.75% of our total emissions lowering for $800 million. I have not done the math, but I can quickly do the math to figure out what the lowering of our emission targets will be necessary to get all the way to our 2030, 2040, and 2050 goals. But suffice to say, that's a lot of money to be spent. This does not include infrastructure dollars. This does not include electricity supply. This is just on the rebate alone. And what this doesn't reflect is also the spend that individuals have to do, spending more money on vehicles that are in addition to what they would spend on an ICE vehicle. So what will the impacts be on the Clean BC roadmap to 2030 if these targets are not met by 2026, 2030, and 2035?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome to the Chair. Okay, so I'm going to answer the member's question around what is the implications of to Clean BC if these targets are not reached. But before I do so, I just want to correct a few things for the record. First of all, yesterday we spoke quite a bit about incentives or rebates, and I want to be very clear, these are not taxpayer-funded rebates. These are rebates that come from BC Hydro through the sale of low-carbon fuel standard credits. So the taxpayer is not paying for incentives. Second, I spoke yesterday around market transformation and the eventual removal of rebates. Right now, we're in a situation where we know that the capital cost of purchasing a ZEV is more than an ICE. And so the carrots, the rebates, are an important part of removing obstacles for people who want to make the switch to a ZEV. And in time, these rebates will diminish. They will not be needed to achieve market transformation because we expect price parity between the cost of, say, a Hyundai Kona electric and a Hyundai Kona internal combustion engine car becomes the same, making it not necessary to have a rebate to for a person to overcome the obstacle of cost. It's also important, I think, to understand and to remember that one important change we made in the incentive program was to target those people who need help the most, and that's what will continue as that particular policy evolves and changes. We'll stay focused on the people who need rebates the most. As a statistic of interest, in 2023, so far 61.5% of vehicles sold have also gotten a rebate. So it's not 100% of cars that are getting a rebate. They're not getting the full $4,000 either. So with respect to the member's math, I think that it's not entirely correct. The other important benefit to realize is that over the lifetime of owning a zero-emission vehicle, it is more affordable for a British Columbian to drive. And the Clean Energy Canada, for example, recently came out with a study showing that over the lifetime of owning the vehicle, there is an 82% savings. And so we're avoiding the cost of gasoline, avoiding much of the operating and maintenance costs that an internal combustion engine has. And that's a benefit that's worth pointing out as well. So back to the emissions. In total, the transportation sector, part of this ZEV Act is part of a package. And I spoke to the 0.5 megatons that are predicted to be achieved by 2030, and that's part of a 4.9 megaton reduction in the transportation sector overall. And so that's about 10%. Cannot predict precisely what the emissions cost would be, or if we fail to achieve the 0.5, because we don't know at this point what's going to happen in the next few years. So the last point I want to make, Chair, is again this tip of the iceberg notion that it is so important to set this framework and take action now on this market transformation, because the emission savings are low in the initial years where there are fewer zero emission vehicles out there on the road. Over time, as the entire stock is overturned, we get to a situation by 2050 where that's what people are driving if they've chosen to purchase a vehicle at all. And it does not cost government in rebates, because by that time, of course, rebates won't be required. Thank you.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much. So just in response to a couple of the comments that the minister made, and understanding that the rebate is being funded through BC Hydro and the sale of carbon credits, I just want to remind the minister, dollars come from somewhere. And there's only one taxpayer, there's only one consumer, and any cost that a business has to take on, i.e. the purchase of the carbon credits, will be passed on to the consumers. Anything that BC Hydro has to take on will be passed on to the consumer. So I would disagree somewhat, and maybe in just semantics alone, but certainly theoretically, this will cost British Columbians maybe not directly, but certainly indirectly as those credits are exchanged. And I understand that my numbers are very rough and we're based on shooting in the dark, as it were. But having said that, even if we use my numbers for the sake of argument only, and even if I was to give it wiggle room of a 5 to 10% margin of error on those particular dollars, because hopefully in 2035, with the inflation rates where it's going, maybe it's not 4,000 anymore, maybe it's 6,000, and perhaps we can hope not, but let's just say that for argument's sake that it averages out to where my number was $800 million. That $800 million to achieve full transformation of the reduction on the Clean BC plan, we're looking at $62.8 billion. I mean, that's a gargantuan number, and that doesn't include any upgrades. It doesn't have any infrastructure. It doesn't include electricity production, and it doesn't include any cost of business. That's just if we were to emulate that type of a program. So, obviously very, very rough numbers, but it gives us an order of magnitude that's fairly frightening when we look at just that attempt to reduce emissions. And the Clean Energy Canada study was actually debunked fairly comprehensively across the board because they didn't include depreciation. Depreciation of a vehicle is very important to include, and right now ZEVs are depreciating much faster than ICE vehicles, and so therefore, once you include that, sadly, ZEVs are still more expensive, and they're still more expensive to get into, which is why I so appreciate the means testing that was introduced, because at least then it does favor those that will have the most difficult time getting into them. My next question is, in the 2021 BC Public Light Utilities ZEV Infrastructure Study, it was estimated that 194, and I'm quoting, 194 fast charging sites are needed to facilitate travel across the province, and 6,710 ports across 400 sites will be needed by 2040 to support the expected EV population, approximately. 82 hydrogen fueling sites comprising 141 hydrogen stations are needed by 2040 as well. This is on page 26 of that report. But currently there are over 1,400 gas stations in BC, and there are 3,800 charging ports in BC. How many of them are level 2 ports, and what is the goal to get and to get to that those targets?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. So I just want to be clear on the language, and then I'll answer the member's question, but the low carbon fuel standard credits are not the same, exactly, they're not the same at all. In fact, it's carbon credit, so I just want to be careful on that. The member asked about chargers and level 2 chargers. So the goal is, in Clean BC has a goal of 10,000 public chargers by 2030. And this will include level 3 fast chargers, direct current fast chargers, and level 2 chargers. In 2022, I cannot give a statistic for this exact moment in time, but I can tell you in 2022, there were 854 fast chargers and 3,018 level 2 chargers. So that's a total of about 3,900 chargers. But since then, almost 1,000 more have been added to the network. I just don't have the breakdown of the numbers exactly today. We know that there are 4,800 public chargers. And fun fact, the BC Hydro recently announced that they will be installing 180 kilovolt chargers or kilowatt chargers. And what's great to know about this is that it takes 10 minutes to charge 180 kilometers onto your vehicle. And, a public charging, a strong public charging network is obviously absolutely fundamental to this transformation that we're achieving. The average commute in British Columbia is 23 kilometers, and many people, everybody has access to electricity at home. It might be a trickle charge. They might have installed a level 2 charger of their own. And I want to be clear that the stats I'm providing are about publicly available chargers for people who are making longer distance trips. But there are so many people who are benefiting from zero emission vehicles by, the car sleeps in the driveway at home. It's able to charge at home at night. But again, I don't want to dismiss at all the incredible importance of having a strong public charging network, which is why we have a goal of 10,000 public chargers, and that is why we are proud of the fact that we're almost halfway there. Thank you.
Recognizing the member of Kootenay East.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Minister for answering the question. Sorry I'm late to the parade here today, but the Minister may be happy to know that it was time well spent that I was gone. I was at Mineral South conference here in Cranbrook, and I gave my regards. A lot of issues, obviously, in that area, but that'll come at a later time. But all is well with Mineral South, so I thought I'd relay that message to the Minister. We're talking about output that we're going to need to facilitate the increase in ZEV sales, and Minister just stated 10,000 public charging stations will be needed. Can you tell me what the breakdown is on level 2 and level 3 charging stations? And at the same time, maybe answer the question on what is the cost of putting in a level 3 and what is the power requirement for a level 3? I thought she said 100 kilowatts, but I'm not too sure.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the member from Kootenay East for the question. I'm glad he had a good time at the mineral conference because he missed my last answer where I actually answered one of his questions. So in terms of the breakdown of level 2 chargers, that you can read that in the Hansard, but I will say that we did just get some facts for where we're at today. So I will tell you precisely today, with 4,879 stations, public stations, 1,075 of those are fast and 3,804 of them are level 2 chargers. The cost of a fast charger really varies. It depends on several different factors, but I'll just say on average, about $100,000 to install a fast charger. How much power is required? Again, it varies. Fast chargers can be 50 kilowatts up to 350 kilowatts. It would depend on the number of chargers or stations, ports that are available at any one site, and hopefully that answers the members' questions. And I just want to note again that we're on clause 6, and I know we're straying into some of the other elements that are important about zero emission vehicles, but just want to take note of that. Thanks.
Shall clause 6 pass? Oh, my apology. Sorry. My apologies. Recognizing the member for Kootenay East. My apology on that one.
Yeah, sorry, no problem, Chair. I may have not raised my hand again. I thought maybe it would stay on, but that's okay. Sorry about that. No, Minister, I'm not too sure if she did answer the question. I thought she said that we will need to be bringing on another 10,000 public charging ports to BC to match the goals that will, be streamlined into the 90% by 2030. We'll need 10,000 more, I thought she said. So I just wanted to break down on what that 10,000 more, the breakdown on that is, the level 3 versus level 2 in that 10,000. And I'll just leave it there and see if maybe I got it wrong, but maybe she can answer that again.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The total goal is 10,000 public chargers by 2030, so not another 10,000, but a total of 10,000. There isn't a breakdown in that goal, but I have given the numbers for the current breakdown of the 4,879 public chargers that are out there today. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's an important piece. So we're missing about 5,100 stations or ports, and the minister's not sure what the breakdown is on that. But it is important to know because it comes down to the cost of what that infrastructure is going to be. If it's 100% of that, if it's 5,000 more level 3s, that could be a significant difference in cost. If it's 5,000 level 2s. They both have different power demands on the grid, and they both have different cost structures. So it's too bad the minister doesn't know what the intended goal is for 2030 to get that breakdown of 5,000. And I think that relates to the amendment. And I'm sorry I missed the amendment, but that is primarily what the amendment was all about. We've seen through this series of discussion through this committee stage. That I'm not, I don't think I'm very satisfied with what consultation happened with First Nation governments. We've heard unintended consequences from consumer groups and business councils, car manufacturers, car dealers, all voicing their opinions. And the minister's got some of that correspondence that I think has been put her way. So that was the whole idea of the amendment, to get something that's more reasonable. And when we don't have cost breakdowns on projections to 2030, when we're putting this legislation in, that will dictate, what we need for capacity going forward. That becomes a critical part of the legislation itself. So we're sad to see that. Now, I can't remember what else I was going to ask here. I was going to ask about fuel tax. And that's going to obviously relate to this. Will these ZEVs, these ZEVs and hydrogen cell vehicles, will they be subject to a fuel tax? I would imagine, because it's electrically driven. So I guess the question is, how much does the BC coffers bring in on fuel tax every year? And what is that fuel tax used for?
My apologies. Member, do you mind ask the question in a way that's related to the clause, please? Member, you're muted.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, maybe I'm on the wrong clause. I just got into my seat. So we're on clause 6. If the minister can direct me to where that clause would be appropriate to ask, I'm more than happy to redirect that question when it's appropriate.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Okay, let me try here. We're talking about accelerating the timeframes. This clause 6 specifically strikes out or sets out how we are going to be accelerating those. And the questions that we're asking are related to the infrastructure that's required for this acceleration, making sure that consumers actually have the ability to charge the vehicles that are based on this accelerated pace, and what's going to be used to actually fund that. And what will happen then as well to the funds that are currently used for our roads and for all of the necessary infrastructure that will still be necessary for these electric vehicles. So the question is, the fuel tax, how will fuel tax be applied to ZEBs?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, I'm going to try to answer this question in a way that pertains to the infrastructure required for being able to meet these goals, although I'm going to actually turn it around and state that the ZEV mandate is part, again, I've spoken about the market signals that it sends to auto manufacturers to supply those. It also sends a signal out, of course, to the private market into responding with chargers. I spoke about the 10,000 chargers that we aim to have in place by the year 2030, and that a portion of these are public. They're all public, pardon me, but a portion are publicly funded and a portion are privately funded. And the funding for public chargers comes from a combination of BC Hydro, some Clean BC funding, federal government involvement in those. So with respect specifically to the gas tax, that's not a question that I can answer. It's not in the purview of the bill, but it's also not in the purview of my ministry. And so I would direct the questions around the gas tax to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Recognizing the member of Cooney East.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the minister. Yeah, private or public, as the member from Kelowna Mission stated, there's only one taxpayer in the province, that's you and me. And whether it comes from the public sector or the private sector, there will be a ripple effect that will increase cost. There's no question about it. This is what we're trying to get at. And the breakdown, what I asked earlier on level 2 stations versus level 3, once again, that's a cost implication and a power requirement. And we've been questioning all along the grid that we have right now and whether it's self-sufficient to not only bring on these initiatives, but also other great clean initiatives such as electrifying LNG and the 50 some odd hydrogen projects that are in the queue right now in application form. And the list goes on. Cryptocurrency, data storage, all high energy intensive industries, and this is going to add to the pile for sure. And I can't remember exactly what the next question was going to be. It was in relation to the fuel tax, and I know the minister is saying now that that's the Minister of Finance or another ministry. But what I was getting at is, do EVs, will they pay a charge on the infrastructure? Right now we have a fuel tax that pays for infrastructure, roads, road maintenance, those kind of things, and that will be essentially gone. 90% of it will be gone by 2030. Well, maybe not quite, because it won't be exactly 90% of vehicles will be SEV, but that's the direction we're going. So we'll lose that funding for that infrastructure. Where do we make that up? Will there be a charge as ZEV vehicles in this future, in the near future? Will ZEVs be charged a rate at the charging stations if it's a public one? Maybe that'll be the question then. With this legislation, will there come a charge or a cost to charging at public ports?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, I think I'll leave this one because the purview of the bill is around the ZEV sales mandates, and it doesn't contemplate fees or charges. Those are purely within the Ministry of Finance, and I would direct the member to the Ministry of Finance there. Thank you.
Member.
Well, thanks, Chair. And I'll leave it at that, but I'll make the case known that we are making policy that will actually force the hand of the finance minister to find up the shortcomings for this type of implication. So when we change mandates or targets, tripling them in effect from what we had before, it was 30% by 2030, 30 by 30. Now we're going 90 by 30. That's a tripling. That's going to have some cost effects. And so for the minister to simply say, well, that's just another department. It's not really, doesn't really involve our legislation. It's a little short-sighted in my opinion. I think we need to bring all these considerations forward when we put legislation that is game-changing such as it is. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll give it to the member from Kelowna Mission. But once again, from some of the questions and some of the answers that we've heard so far, and I've highlighted a lot of them, that's what brought the amendment forward, just to be transparent and clear, and actually just just having a game plan that's consistent, I guess, with the federal mandates and what the manufacturers have been screaming for, what the car dealers have been screaming for. I think once again, the minister has overshot the runway on this, and it's not working in synergy and in collaboration with other agencies that we're all going to have to work with if this is going to be successful. So with that, I'll turn that over to the member from Kelowna Mission.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Did the minister want to respond at all? No, he asked the question. Okay, all right. So similar to the 2021 infrastructure study that I referenced earlier, has the government completed any analysis as to what the demand for installation of at-home charging capacity will be?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, through you, Chair, to the member, ask for a little bit of clarification if she is asking about the installation of home charging stations or power. If it's power, I would offer that we canvassed quite well yesterday the forecast, the ability of BC Hydro to forecast demand, and had an extensive conversation on that, which I would posit included home charging as well as public charging stations. So maybe she could clarify if she meant stations or not. Thank you.
Member.
Absolutely willing. It's actually both. So what will be necessary in order to increase the capacity of home charging? So both the home charger and the actual physical charging capacity, and understanding that yes, you can plug a car into a trickle charge and it'll take 8 to 10 hours. That's not necessarily where we want to go with every single EV. I don't think that that's necessarily a practical solution. So if we look at, the level 2 or level 3 chargers, that takes us up into a different demand. But even if there's, has the government completed any analysis of that? So that's the actual charging stations and then the actual power that's necessary.
Minister.
Thank you, Member. So yesterday, we had an extensive conversation around the capacity and load, so I'm not going to touch on that today because that was asked and answered. On the subject of, yes, we have undertaken an analysis of the need for home chargers, and that has informed the suite of Go Electric programs that provide support for people and workplaces to install level 2 chargers, so in single-family dwelling homes, in multi-unit residential building stratas, and in workplaces as well. I also want to note that we had a brief discussion there about trickle chargers and that they're not uncommon, and we expect that a number of people will continue to rely on them. Before I presented the statistic that the average commute is 23 kilometers and that many people, their cars sleep in the driveway at night, and so for some people the choice for just trickle charging off of their regular 110 volt line into their house has been satisfactory. Thank you.
Member.
So is it anticipated, and my question was actually around the study, like, is there anticipated study and analysis done? And so then my next question is it anticipated that the EV charger rebate program for single-family homes will need to be expanded or increased then in order to meet the new targets that are here in Clause 6?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And again, yes, providing support for the infrastructure that's required for zero-emission vehicles is extremely important. And in fact, the targets in Clean BC have informed our decisions around funding rebates for home charging network, for home chargers. We're always monitoring these programs, of course, and making adjustments where required. It is the decision of Treasury Board, of course, around what funding is allocated, so I can't comment or compromise the Treasury Board process except to say that we're well aware and that those, again, the targets in Clean BC very much inform those decisions. So thank you.
Member.
Thank you. So without going into the specifics, if the rebate is expected to continue, does the minister have any analysis as to what the order of magnitude would be for those chargers that will be put into homes and what the rebate order of magnitude would be as well?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So it is always important that we align our goals, our climate targets and our goals in that space with our support for people, and making sure that people can afford to install the infrastructure that's needed to make changes like these. So we've had a suite of Go Electric rebate programs for quite some time, and that includes, of course, the home chargers. We don't pay for the full cost of installing home chargers, but we do provide rebates, and I know the member knows and is familiar with them and can visit the website. And again, it's always targeting the dollars where they're most needed. It's very important in any program like this to be constantly monitoring its effectiveness and its update. That's exactly what we do. So again, the exact magnitude of financial support and the program design itself are brought forward by the ministry and go through the Treasury Board process. So I can't speak to that right now, except to say, that this is an important factor in achieving those Clean BC goals again and achieving the ZEV mandates, and we'll be aligning those goals with the rebates and support that we provide. People always targeting those folks who need it the most. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So will those rebates also take into account demand in apartment rentals, condo buildings, and retrofits?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, absolutely. And, one of the programs that's available to people are the EV ready assessments, for example. So not getting to the stage of installing the chargers, but being able to do an assessment in a multi-unit residential building and understanding what electrical capacity is needed and what, so that the strata can make a good decision. And then, of course, as the member knows, we've recently amended strata legislation to enable a lower vote threshold for people to make that decision, because again, we're seeing more and more people wanting to make that switch, and we want to be able to support them in doing so. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you to the Minister for the answers to the questions. Again, our greatest concern is that we are causing unintended consequences and undue burden on British Columbians when the cost of living is some of the highest in Canada already. This will further add burden to British Columbians. And ultimately, even if we offer rebates or incentives of sorts, ultimately they come from one taxpayer that is already fairly burdened. So although the amendment for this particular clause was not accepted, our belief is that staying with either the federal or the ones that we have currently would have better served British Columbians. And with that, I'll conclude my comments for Clause 6, because I believe that the other party wants to ask some questions.
Recognizing the leader of the fourth party.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to ask a question on this. And just state from the beginning, I oppose this bill outright, as the Minister probably understands and knows, unlike the United Party, which just wants different targets. But particularly when associated with these targets on Bill 6, I'm quite concerned about what the Minister is trying to achieve here. So I want to read into this a little bit of evidence from the car makers, from the people that are actually producing these cars that the Minister would like to have for sale in British Columbia and in setting these targets. For Volkswagen, who has announced that their sales are down 45%, their targets are low, and they're looking at dropping off what they're doing. Ford is losing $36,000 per vehicle, loss of $4.5 billion, and they're backing away from their investments on production of vehicles. General Motors is completely backing away from its targets, citing slowing demand, continued manufacturing bottlenecks, and other profitability concerns. Even Tesla is raising the alarm about prices and the challenge and issues out of there. Mercedes-Benz is calling it a brutal EV pricing market, even as the company's all-electric vehicle sales rose, and that whole side of it is unstable. Honda and GM announced that they're scrapping their plan to work together on the EV stuff. Toyota, manager and CEO, told reporters at an auto show, warning demand for electric vehicles is a sign that people are finally waking up to the reality that EVs aren't the silver bullet against supposed ills of carbon dioxide emissions. Fortune magazine has come out and said that the struggle is that the automakers are struggling to make EVs affordable, pinching price on customers, and even after government incentives, what they're doing is unsustainable, selling vehicles below cost and delaying EV investments. Mr. Speaker, this speaks broadly to a real serious problem that this government is creating for consumers in this province. They're setting targets that are unrealistic, that are not going to be able to be met by manufacturers. They're putting a burden on taxpayers associated with this. They're actually going to be preventing people from being able to have the freedom of mobility in this province, to be able to drive and go back and forth, because EVs are just going to be too expensive. It's clear from these reports from all of these automakers, all of the major automakers, that prices are going to have to rise dramatically, that supply chains aren't there, that the materials are not going to be there, manufacturing is going to be a problem, meeting targets. And yet this government is now not only taking flawed legislation, but actually making it worse in terms of increasing the inability of people to be able to access the freedom of mobility in vehicles. For that reason, I just wanted to state these. I ask the simple question to the Minister if she's aware of all these problems that are out there, aware of the fact that this industry is going to go through a significant upheaval, and if the Minister is still going ahead with these targets, even though she may be aware that there are huge problems coming in the electric vehicle markets.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to my colleague for his submission. And I'll just say respectfully that we'll disagree, and that we have canvassed at great length yesterday and today a number of topics that have been brought up, some that he has brought forward today, and I would direct him to Hansard to take a look at those responses there. But with respect, I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, and just once again to the Minister, this is specific to the targets that are being set here, these targets and goals, and the admissions by all of these CEOs of the major car manufacturers that they're not going to be able to meet the demand that they're manufacturing and the cost structures in place. The question to the Minister, is she aware of all of these problems within the car manufacturers when she set these targets?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, yesterday again we spoke about the engagement process and how the targets were developed over yesterday and today. We've done that. So I thank the member for the submission, and thank you.
Recognizing the member from Cooney East.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to the Minister for the response to the member of the fourth party. And it's we did canvass this quite a bit. The BC United Party has made their stance pretty clear on the unintended consequences. The member for Kelowna Mission just was saying that just before the member previous to me came up and spoke, and he speaks what is reality. We've heard from stakeholders far and wide, not only car manufacturers but car dealers, consumer groups, business councils, that really question the trajectory that this bill takes us, and it is of a concern. And so through the process of committee stage, we haven't gotten a lot of answers on some of the more important questions, and we've mentioned that time and time again. But the question to the Minister, she has stated numerous times that people are wanting to switch. They're wanting to do that. I'll just ask the Minister to clarify: is that what she hears? If I can clarify, Chair?
Yes, please.
In Clause 6, we are making some drastic increases to the targets from 30% by 2030 to 90% by 2030. That's fairly substantial. The Minister has said on numerous occasions that people are wanting this switch. People are wanting to go to zero emission vehicles. And I'm just asking the Minister to clarify if that is indeed what she is saying.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just let the record speak for itself, and the fact that almost 22% of new vehicles being sold today are zero-emission vehicles. I've read into the record 2 different studies that have talked about what people are intending to do in the purchase of their next vehicle. And with respect, I think we're on clause 6, and we're focused on the targets. And I know there's a lot more to accomplish in this bill, and that would be good. Thank you.
Member.
Yeah, thanks. Well, it is to clause 6 because the clause 6 is talking about accelerating the targets. And the minister has said on numerous occasions, and actually some other quotes, is we're ahead of the curve. And she just mentioned now we're 22%. So it seems like there is an appetite to move to zero emission vehicles. And I'm not questioning that. My question would be to the minister then, why do we need the strong arm of legislation to put that ahead of the curve that we're already ahead of on now? It just seems that we're really putting the cart in front of the horse on this. We've heard the concerns from numerous stakeholders and industry on what this could mean. And sometimes more isn't always better. Exercise is good for you, but if I do too much, I'll probably have a heart attack. And, it might be a poor analogy, but that is the truth to what we're trying to say here. And does the minister have any response to that?
Minister.
I hope the member is always healthy, and I'll say asked and answered on the others. Thank you.
See no further questions. Shall clause 6 pass?
Division's been called.
Division has been called. Members. Oh, there you go. Members, before restating the question, I remind all members that only the permanent members of Section C or their authorized substitutes may vote. The question is, shall Clause 6 pass? Those vote aye, please rise or otherwise indicate. You may be seated. Those vote nay, please rise or otherwise indicate.
Keeps on going. It's a gift that doesn't keep on giving.
You may be seated. Clerk? Sorry, my apologies.
Those voting aye, Osborne, Begg, Bear, Sharma, Baines, Rice, Robinson, 7. Those voting nay, Merrifield, Bond, Klovechuck, Rustad, 4.
The clause is carried. Shall Clause 6 pass?
Passed.
So,
On clause 7.
shall Clause 7 pass? Oh, member, recognizing a member from Kelowna Mission.
I'm coming down. We'll probably see you in a little while.
We will take a 5-minute recess.
All right.
I'm going to call a committee back to order. We are on Bill 39, and we are going to vote now. Shall clauses 7 to 9 pass? Aye. So ordered. Now. Division. Oh, division. Okay. All right, members, we're going to call this committee on Bill 39 back to order, and a division has been called. And so before restating the question, I remind all members that only the permanent members of Section C or their authorized substitutes may vote. So the question is, shall clauses 7, 8, and 9 pass? All those voting aye, please rise or otherwise indicate. No, you're good. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Those voting nay, please rise or otherwise indicate. All right, give me a second here. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. And we do not have any members online. So we are now going to, the clerk will conduct a roll call.
The results.
Of the results of the vote.
Those voting aye, Osborne, Robertson, Patton, Sharma, Baines, Rice, Yao, 7. Those voting nay, Klovechuck, Merrifield, Bond, Rustad, 4.
All right, the clauses carry. We are now moving on to, on clause 10, shall clause 10, recognizing. Sorry?
To get the staff back in.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry, we'll just take a moment while staff come back in. Okay, we all back in? Okay, thank you. So on clause 10, recognizing the member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to the Minister, why is it necessary to specify in British Columbia under this provision?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the Chair. This legislative change is needed because when the definition of consumer sale is amended on October 1st, 2024, it would no longer reference British Columbia. So therefore, British Columbia needs to be specifically included in this section to make it clear that this only applies to the sale of new specified motor vehicles sold in British Columbia. Thank you.
Recognizing the leader of the fourth party on clause 10.
Thank you. And just a quick point of clarity, and I think I know the answer to it, but I just want to make sure it's on record. So where you have vehicle sales in British Columbia for somebody that is out of province, how does that apply? And so I'm just curious in terms of, sales, because obviously, people who live along the border may come into British Columbia to buy a vehicle as opposed to buying it in another jurisdiction. So I'm just kind of wondering if those are restrictions within this province.
So division's been called in the main chamber.
Division's been called in the main chamber committee. We will take a short recess and return back after. Committee on Bill 39 back to order, and we were on Clause 10 and recognizing Minister.
Thank you very much. So to answer the member's question, for a supplier of ZEVs to get credits, it must be sold and registered in BC.
Member.
Just to be clear, so the car has to be registered in BC. It can't be sold and then gone to another province. And what I'm wondering, of course, is when you sell, you got to get your insurance, so that's registered. But if they move to another province and it changes registry, how would that work?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the point of this this specific clause, this amendment, is to shift the issuance of a credit from the point of sale to the point of registration. The registration would have to occur in British Columbia. Should a person register a car in British Columbia and then at some point in the future move, then, I mean, that does happen. People do move out of province or move out of country and sometimes take their vehicles with them. Thank you.
Shall Clause 10 pass?
Aye.
Members' division's been called. Call the committee back to order here. So so before restating the question, I'd like to remind all members that only permanent members of Section C or their authorized substitutes may vote. So the question is, shall Clause 10 pass? All those voting aye, please rise. Or otherwise indicate. Sure. We're good? We're good, everyone? All right. Okay. Okay, you got it? All right. You may be seated. Those voting nay, please rise or otherwise indicate. Awesome. Okay. Better than great. Madam Clerk.
Yao 7, those voting nay. Klobuchar, Merrifield, Bond, Rustad 4.
And now moving on, shall Clause 11, oh yeah, sorry, we have some people that aren't here, just a second, then we'll get back at it. Okay, shall Clause 11 pass? Oh, recognizing the member from Kelowna Mission on Clause 11.
Thank you so much, Chair. Before I ask my question, I would just, I'm just going to start by saying that what is occurring here with the fourth party is a disgusting misuse of the rules of this institution. It's a brutal abuse of taxpayer dollars in the form of costs for the staff to have to come in and out repeatedly and wait for 15 minutes at a time. For all of the incredible staff that keep a room like this running. This is fully disrespectful to all of those who hold this space and the work that we do in high regard. And I can tell you that when I put my name forward on that election ballot, it was not for shenanigans. It was actually to do the earnest work of delivering statements, of delivering speeches, of asking questions and engaging in thoughtful debate. And what is happening here today is nothing more than political stunts for contrived childish videos. And I would ask that the member from the fourth party would stop the shenanigans, grow up, and treat this institution and the work with the respect it's due. There are ways to convey disapproval, but this is not one of them. And I would urge him to use the said ways. Speak at second readings, use those opportunities. Vote at second readings, vote at third readings, and engage in questions for committee stage. And I would urge us all to work towards this end and stop the disrespectful tomfoolery.
Okay, so on Clause 11?
I'm now going to ask my
Okay,
question.
thanks. Thank you, member.
So to the minister, what is the practical effect of amending the compliance ratio formula for vehicle suppliers?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is the specific clause on an item that we touched on yesterday, but I'm going to go into detail on it. So this is around basing the compliance requirements on the wholesale supply of vehicles rather than on the consumer sale. I see the member nodding, so I'll just stop there. Okay, thanks very much.
All right, thank you. Recognizing the member from Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Chair. And I feel a need to just basically support what the member of Kelowna Mission said. And it's kind of an unfortunate situation because, as she said, we're elected to do a job, and we're not always going to agree. And that job includes healthy debate in second reading. Didn't hear the members from the fourth party just have any discussion in second reading on debate at all. I will give some credit to the member from the Chaco Lakes that did have a couple questions here in committee stage. And to be quite honest, there's a lot of bills that I have not supported that this government's put through over the last 7 years. But if I was to take the same approach that the member from the fourth party is doing right now, I mean, some of these bills are 500-600 clauses long. That would take literally weeks to duplicate what is going on here today. That's a misuse of taxpayers' money. It's a misuse of staff time. And it's not doing any justice to the people of British Columbia that elect us. So I just wanted to concur with that because I felt, I get it. We don't agree. And that's what me and my colleague from Kelowna Mission have been doing here for the last 2 days. We put some very good questions to the minister. The minister has been able to respond. Some I agree with and some I don't agree with. And some of the answers I truly think that there's some gaps in. But at the end of the day, we do our job. We do what's best for ourselves and the people of British Columbia. And I think what's been going on here today has just been a little bit less than genuine. Thank you.
All right. So just to clarify that.
No question.
Sorry?
There's no question.
Okay. All right. So you can put your hand down, member from Kelowna East. And just a reminder, we're on clause 11 of the bill, recognizing the leader of the fourth party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the additions to debate that aren't part of this bill. And I appreciate the fact that this needs to be asked. But I also feel compelled to point out that it was the United Party that actually stood up in the House and said it was an affront to the way this House operates to be having three houses open debating bills. And there is only one way to be able to register that. I've sent a letter to the government House leader expressing our disappointment with running three houses. But it's not even just having the three houses, it's the weight of the bills that are moving through where you've got two parties with only two members trying to cover off all of this and watch what's going on, plus the other things that are happening. So I appreciate what the members are saying, but I am doing my democratic duty here by expressing my views about this particular bill, by expressing my opposition to this part of the bill, and by voting against those sections. I was elected to do that, and I will not be bullied or cajoled or anything else by members from the other party. So to the actual bill that is going on in the legislature here. So these lists, these targets that are being made, and I just want to, you probably have covered this off before, but I'm just curious. So the whole point of having the list of these vehicles is to make sure that they meet these targets from a wholesale level as well as a sales level, if I'm correct on this. And I guess the question is, so if there isn't enough EV vehicles, zero emission vehicles being sold, does that mean they're not allowed to sell other vehicles in terms of that, both at a wholesale or at a consumer level?
Sorry, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. There's a variety of compliance pathways for the regulated parties, and I would point the member to Hansard, and we did canvass this extensively yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And just a reminder to members, I know it's passionate conversation, but it's not the parliamentary committee on running the House, so we're on the bill. So we're going to go and just, I don't see anybody standing up, so shall clause 11 pass?
Nay, division.
Okay, so members, a division's been called. All right, so members, before restating the question, I remind all members that only the permanent members of Section C or their authorized substitutes may vote. So the question is, shall Clause 11 pass? Those voting aye, please rise or otherwise indicate. Okay. There we go, you may be seated. Those voting nay, please rise or otherwise indicate. All right, okay. You may be seated. Madam Clerk.
Those voting aye, Osborne, Popham, Sharma, Bailey, Patton, Rice, Yao, 7. Those voting nay, Klovechuck, Merrifield, Bond, Rustad, 4.
Clause carries. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Noting the hour, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, You heard the question. Sorry? Oh, yes, yes. Sorry, I was just making sure that, yeah. Okay, members, the question is that the committee rise and report Bill, no, we're not completing. I'm just wishful thinking. Okay, so members, the question is the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. The motion is carried. This committee stands adjourned.